today on Quarter Mile Productions. Don't forget to also check the annual website for next year's schedule. And M&M Fuel is at the rear of the staging lane. M&M Fuel, don't forget about those guys if you're in need of any fuel out there. We are going to sit down our juniors. If you are not here, you are late. Juniors are going to get suited up. We're starting juniors. If you're not in the row, you are late. Switching up here for the live stream. If you go to the annual website, there will be a link there for you to select Watch Live. It's going to take you to a YouTube Live. So the live stream will be on YouTube Live. The handle is Nitro Blue. You can find that through the annual website here today.
This goes for everyone here at the track. Please make sure your numbers and your dial-ins are written clearly on the right-hand side of your car. Families, please do not be blocking those when you come up around the tower. We need those numbers and dial-ins written clearly on the right-hand side of your cars. First pair down the track this morning. Left lane is going to be Dylan Welch. Right lane is Easton Oliveira. First pair down the track for these ANRA finals. This one's going to right lane. Busch Light sponsored right lane, Easton Oliveira. Ran a 12:06 with a 6 at 50 miles per hour. Next pair, getting stage here in the lanes. Left lane, Addison Howe. Right lane, Colton Cook. Second pair making their way down the track. This one's going to left lane, Addison Howe, running an 11:93 at 53 miles per hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, we need you to the back of the lanes for pairing. If you are not here, you are late. Sportsman, back of the lanes for pairing. In the left lane here, Audrey Fry. Right lane, Jordan Jones. Jordan Jones is going to take it, running 11:98 with a 9 at 53 miles per hour. left lane here, out of Bakersfield, California, Cash Handshoe. Also out of Bakersfield there in the right lane is Brody Freiling. Looks like we're having some issues there on the starting line. This one's going to Cash Handshoe there in the left lane. Cash ran a 12:07 with a 6 at 53 miles per hour. Left lane, Cash Handshoe. Alrighty, last pair here for Interfinals Junior Group 1. In the left lane here, we have Alex Aguirre. Right lane is Kyle Albright. Unfortunately, left lane went red. This is going to Kyle Albright. There in the right lane, running in 11:88 with a 3 at 58 miles per hour. to finish it up for us there in Juniors Group 1. Moving on to Junior Group 2. First one down is going to be Brock Rogers out of Bakersfield, California. Brock having a bye run this morning for the first round in Juniors Group 2 and finals. Lane of choice, left lane, Brock Rogers. Here, Brock Rogers running a 901 with a 4 at 72.9 miles per hour. Right lane is Keenan Oliveira. The Vote.com left lane is Kane Bratcher. And this is Keenan Oliveira there in the right lane going in 892 with a 6 at 71 miles per hour. Right lane, Trevor Kirby. This goes to right lane, Trevor Kirby, running a 10:13 with an 8 at 70 miles per hour. Right lane, Trevor Kirby. while we finish getting the last pair of juniors off the track. We will start up here again once we get that one junior off the top end over there. Next pair here. Left lane, Mackenzie Nelson. Right lane, Levi Agnew. Win light goes to left lane, Mackenzie Nelson, running at 891 with a 9 at 74 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder for all racers here, we need your car numbers and your dial-ins written and on the right-hand side of your car. This next pair going down the track is going to finish off round 1 for Group 2 of juniors here in our finals. Right lane here is Talon Pope. Left lane, Isabella Rogers. And the win light going to Talon Pope there in the right lane, running a 9:08 with an 8 at 65 miles per hour. For juniors group 3 is going to be left lane Brody Connor, right lane Connor Albright. Unfortunately, there was a red light there in the left lane for Brody Connor. This is going to Connor Albright, running a 792 with a 5 at 81 miles per hour. Left lane here, Logan Oliveira out of Cypress, California. Newmark, California there in the right lane is Alex Reese. Looking good for this pair going down the track. It's going to Alex Reese there in the right lane, running a 791 with a 9. Getting ready to go down the track here. Left lane, Grayson Custer. Right lane, Travis Reese. And the pair before, looks like possibly a brother got on the next round of Junior Group 3. Let's see if... And they're off. This one's going to be left lane, Grayson Custer. Running at 8:01 with a 2 at 78 miles per hour. Here for this Junior Group 3 pairs, Parker Howe. Right lane, Cole Gutierrez is going to take this pair, running a 795 with a 9 at 77 miles per hour. getting staged in the starting lanes here. Second to last pair of juniors group 3. Left lane is Dylan Nelson. Right lane is Arliss Duke. Goes to Dylan Nelson there in the left lane, running an 8 flat with a 3. Dylan Nelson, left lane. This one here is going to be a single car down the track in the left lane. It's going to be a bye run for Blake Barta. Runner in the left lane, Blake Barta, running a 796 with a 3 at 82 miles per hour. Jumping right into junior group 4 and our finals. First one down is going to be a bye run. It'll be a single car there in the right lane. That is Miss Kayla Bowman out of Oak Hills, California. Bowman is off there in the right lane, running a 789 with a 1 at 82 miles per hour. Here, Ava Barta. She's out of Bakersfield, California. Today is her 17th birthday, Miss Ava Barta. Happy birthday. If you see her around the track, don't hesitate to give her a happy birthday. Right lane here is Isabella Lily Pyers out of Madera, California. Unfortunately, got a red light there in the left lane. Right lane is Isabella Louie Pyers running a 791 with a 1. 791 with a 9, I apologize, at 83 miles per hour. left lane, Noah Cole. Left lane, Noah Cole has the win there, running in 8:07 with a 7 at 79 miles per hour. Noah Cole, left lane. This is going to be our last pair down the track to finish up round one for all of our junior groups here. Sunday and our finals. In the right lane there, Busch Light sponsored right lane is Garrett Agnew out of Oak Hills, California. Left lane there is Madison Jordan out of Paradise, California. Last pair for junior group 4. To left lane, Madison Jordan out of Paradise, California, running a 797 with a 1 at 73 miles per hour. Left lane, Madison Jordan. Alrighty here. Got a couple more juniors we're going to be sending down the track. We have one license and a couple of tests. After these few juniors that are going to go down the track, we will be jumping right into Sportsman. while we're running this licensing and a couple test packs here for the juniors, don't forget the 65-inch TV raffle is still going on down at the ANRA booth. You could get 6 entries into that raffle for $5. You do not want to miss out. Someone will be going home with that today. Don't forget about our M&M Fuels there in the rear part of the staging lanes. M&M Fuels is here. If you have friends and family that want to watch the ANRA finals here today, at home, the live stream is on the ANRA website. There's a link to select Watch Live. It'll take you to a YouTube Live. Also, next year's schedule is up on the ANRA website as well. And a quick little shout out to Jim and Becky's baby Shelby. She's turning 2 years old today. With her mama there on the end of the staging lanes if you want to go wish her a happy birthday. right, that was our last junior down the track. We'll be starting our sportsman class here shortly. Looks like we're doing some prep here on the starting line, and then we'll get our sportsman pairs out here. The motors are on. We are jumping into our first pair for Anna Finals Round 1, Sportsman. Let's see who's going to be our first pair down the track for our Sportsman class. Our first Sportsman class pair is going to be the Vote.com sponsored left lane, Dave Lawson. Bushlight sponsored right lane, David Landsberg. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need open wheel to the lanes, please. Open wheel to the lanes. First call, open wheel to the lanes. California, running at 13:04 with a 4 at 75 miles per hour. Dave Lawson. Next pair, staging here. 75 Cutlass there in the left lane. 67 Plymouth, right lane. California there in the right lane, Christian Shell. Wind light's going to get turned on there by the left lane, running a 14.28 with a 9 at 91 miles per hour. That is Ryan Pierce. Vote.com left lane, Tom Featherstone. Bushlight right lane, Kevin Klingman. Wind light turned on there by the 67 Mustang, running a 13.47 with a 4 at 96 miles per hour. That's left lane, Tom Featherstone. Arrow there in the left lane belonging to Philip Thomas turns on the top bulb first. 76 Camaro there belonging to Brad Thompson in the right lane. This will be our fourth pair down the track for round 1 in Sportsman in ANR Finals. Wind light's going on in the right lane. Brad Thompson, 76 Camaro, running a 12.16 with a 1. Brad Thompson. going right into staging. Left lane here, Mike Baker. Going a 12 flat with a 5 at 100 miles per hour. Mustang, left lane, Greg Little, 71 Chevy there in the right lane, Tony Balder. Going to the left lane, 75 Mustang belonging to Greg Little, running a 13:56 with a 5. Open wheel to the lanes, please. Open wheel to the lanes. This is the second call for open wheel. Next pair down the track, left lane, Brett Johnston, right lane, Roel Aguilar. Brett Johnston there in the left lane is going to turn on the red line, going a 12-12 with a 7 at 105 miles per hour. It out quick, staying on top of it. Looks like we are going to have our last two sets of cars going down the track for round 1 in Sportsman. Henderson there in our bush light right lane, running a 12:09 with an 8. Clive Henderson. Looks like we're having a single right lane car finishing our Sportsman round 1 category here at ANRA Finals. Our single man is going to be Barry Feldman there in the right lane. This run for Barry Feldman is going to clock him in at 11:46 flat at 113 miles per hour. That is it for our Sportsman class. We are going to jump right into our open wheel pairing. We are not going into open wheel. We are going into hot rod. We are doing a quick spray down on the track, and then we're going to go right into our biggest class here, hot rod. open wheel, we need you to the lanes, please. If you are running open wheel and you are not in the lanes for pairing, you are late. That 65-inch TV raffle still going on there at the inner booth. M&M Fuels at the rear of the staging lanes for anyone who needs some fuels today, running their hot rods. Live stream is on. Go to the link on the AMRA website where you will also see next year's AMRA schedule. AMRA Finals hot rod. Biggest class we have here. Green eggs and ham there in that left lane. That one is Butch Hendrick. Tall Mullen there in the right lane from Los Osos, California. And they're off. We are wasting no time here for our hot rod class. Going down the track, left lane is a 68 Chevelle, 67 Mustang there in the right lane. Wind light is going to be turned on by the 68 Chevelle there. Butch Hedrick, right lane, running a 10:37 with a 9. Nova, left lane, 70 Chevy, right lane. Paul Canon there in the left lane, Billy Ford, right lane. Here, Paul Canon is no stranger to the racetrack, clocking in at a 9:11 with a 2 at 131 miles per hour. Left lane, Paul Canon. Is going to take it, clocking in at a 10:56 with a 1 at 122 miles per hour. Richard Hart running 11:66 flat. Next pair off the track right now, headed down to the end. Left lane, Ralph Coates, right lane, Larry Wiggins. Goes to right lane, Larry Wiggins, running an 11:60 with a 4. Staging here on the left lane, Ken Christie, right lane, Don Romine. We are calling out the 38 Chevy, Don Romine there, right lane, running an 8:59 with a 5 at 144 miles per hour. We are running through our round 1 hot rod class. Left lane, Bryce Youngdale. Right lane, Danny Medina. 25 miles per hour. We got a 55 Bel Air there in our sponsored Busch Light right lane. Carl Smith out of Porterville, California there in the Folk.com left lane. Jim Holtz going down the track. Win light's going to get turned on by the right lane 55 Bel Air. Unfortunately, a red light there for Jim Holtz. Carl Smith is going to take it, running at 11:62 with a 5 at 116 miles per hour. pair off of the starting line here while we figure out what's going there on the bottom end. While we're checking on our racers there at the bottom end and cars are off, don't forget, live stream is up on the ANRO website, as well as next year's schedule for those of you racers, ANRO racers who are wanting to return. M&M Fuels is at the rear end of the staging lanes. And also, someone is going home with that 65-inch TV. That will be raffled off today. All those proceeds are going to Chaplain Matt. If you are interested in participating in that, go see the ladies over there at the ANRA booth at the base of the tower. Hang in there, racers. We'll be starting up again here shortly. Rest assured, racers, we're going to do a quick cleanup there at the end of the track, but there is no oil in the quarter mile. attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you are racing E-Gas, Edward Gas, we need you to the lanes, please. E-Gas, Edward Gas to the lanes. We got an update from the top end. We're going to be back at it here pretty soon, within the next couple minutes. Left lane here, Lucas Nunez. We are starting back up with our round one in Hot Rod and our finals. Starting back up. Gonna take this pair, left lane, Lucas Nunez, right lane, Ron Dodson, back through the water box. Looks like we're maybe bridging about halfway through our hot rod class. While we're at it, E-Gas, Edward Gas to the lanes. We need you for pairing. Edward Gas to the lanes. Defolked.com, left lane, Cal Gordon. Bushlight right lane, Grant Warner. lane, running a 10:32 with a 1. That's Grant Warner. In the 67 Camaro. Right lane here is Kent Bear out of Paso Robles, California in the 67 Chevelle. And this pair win light's going to get turned on there for the left lane. 1165 with a 9, running 111 miles per hour in that 67 Camaro. That is Scott Reed. Vote.com left lane, Bob Stanley. Bushlight right lane, Eddie Thomas. Win light, left lane, 1150 with a 1. Out of Merced, California, that is Bob Stanley. Running at 1160 with a 9 at 111 miles per hour. Gets turned on there, right lane, Justin Lynch, running a 961 with a 7. Looking good, Justin Lynch. the track. Unfortunately, there's a red light there in that left lane. Green light's going to get turned on there for Danny Valdez out of Bakersfield, California in that 67 Camaro. Running a 10.62 with a 1. Attention in the pits. We need D-Gas. David Gas to the lanes, please. D-Gas. David Gas to the lanes. First call. Right lane, J.R. Mora. Left lane, Donald Dombrowski. Left lane, Donald Dombrowski. Got something going on there. 64 Malibu. Donald Dombrowski. Waiting for Donald to turn off at the top end there. Here we go. We're going to send out our next pair. Jan Vanderpool, left lane out of Bakersfield, California. Alan Shoemaker, right lane. Red light for left lane. Alan Shoemaker's going to get the red light out of Fresno, California. Running a 11.78 with a 3 at 114 miles per hour. Running a 10.59 with an 8. Attention in the pits. We need D-Gas. David Gas to the lanes, please. D-Gas. David Gas to the lanes. Left lane, Daniel Raleigh. Right lane, Matt Fritz. 68 Chevelle there in the left lane. 67 Camaro there in the right lane. 68 Chevelle. Left lane, Daniel Raleigh takes the win, running a 10.21 with a 5. Vote.com sponsored left lane, Chris O'Donnell. Bushlight right lane, Wayne Bratton. Good looking race going down. Win line for this hot rod pair is going to left lane, running an 8.90 with a 1. That's Chris O'Donnell. Left lane, Jeff Balzer in that 71 Chevelle. He won a 10.61 with an 8. in that 59 Morris Minor. Red light goes on for Joe Cardoza in the right lane. Have a red light in the other lane. Going at 10.76 with a 7. Joe Cardoza. Folk.com left lane. George Thomas out of Mariposa, California. Bushlight right lane. Steve Calkins. George Thomas, 56 Ford Custom, went a 10.35 with a 3 at 112 miles per hour. Walker out of Lakewood, California, right lane. Ronnie Pruitt out of Bloomington. Wind light goes on for the 70 Roadrunner there in the left lane belonging to Ed Walker. Went a 10.76 with a 6. McLaughlin in the right lane. Wind light is going to left lane. George Tyree out of Bakersfield, California, running a 10.59 with a 5. Brian Smith, right lane, Gary Lynch. Wind light goes to right lane, Gary Lynch from Salvar, California, running a 9.60 with a 7. This is looking like our last pair for Hot Rod Round 1. For round 1 Hot Rod. Invocation.com left lane is Tom Bayer. Bushlight right lane is Chris O'Donnell. Wind light gets turned on here for left lane, running at 10.19 with a 3. That's the 62 Corvette, Tom Bayer. We are wasting no time. We are jumping right into open wheel, first pair. Open wheel, first pair. We're going to start off with a by run, left lane, single car. To begin our open wheel round 1 is Bob O'Neill out of Rancho Cucamonga, California. By run. left lane. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Since we have all of our hot rod gentlemen back to their pits, we're going to do another call for E-Gas, Edward Gas, and D-Gas, David Gas. We need you to the lanes. Bob O'Donnell ran an 11:40 with an 8 at 114 miles per hour. Left lane, Mike McLaughlin. Right lane, Colleen Falk. Win lights on for left lane, Mike McLaughlin. Next pair, left lane, Mike Brock. Right lane, Carly Ball. Red light on for left lane. Win light goes on for Miss Carly Ball there in the right lane. Running a 10:62 with a 9. Next pair, left lane, Jim Salza. Right lane, Lucas Gonzalez. Win light is right lane, Lucas Gonzalez, running a 10:78 with a 2 at 120 miles per hour. Second to last pair here, left lane, Roger Stevens, right lane, Dan McKeel. Win light, left lane, Roger Stevens out of Green Valley, Arizona in the 30 Model A. Running a 14:01 with an 8, Roger Stevens. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. This will be your final call for E-Gas, Edward Gas. Final call, E-Gas, Edward Gas. This will also be the third call for David Gas. D-Gas to the lanes, D-Gas to the lanes. Last car down the track here for open wheel round 1. This is Dave Walker here in the right lane out of Yermo. Dave Walker, single car, finishing out the class for open wheel here, round 1, running an 11:80 with a 9. Next up is going to be our E-Gas class here in just a couple minutes. That 65-inch TV raffle is going on. 6 entries into that raffle for only $5. And M&M Fuels available to us there in the back of the staging lanes. M&M Fuels. let's go, let's go, let's go. We are going into round 1 of Edward Gas. Round 1 here, and our finals. Our first pair for Edward Gas setting up here in the water box. First pair in the water box for round 1 of Edward Gas here in our finals is Ron Dodson in the left lane, Brad Thompson in the right lane. Gets turned on for the right lane, running in 11.76 with a 9. That is Brad Thompson out of Visalia, California. Jim Holtz there out of Porterville, California in the left lane. In the 62 Volkswagen Bug in the right lane out of Lucerne Valley, that is Mark Thompson. Green light gets turned on there, running an 11.60 with a 4. That goes to Jim Holtz in the left lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need NE3 to the lanes, please. NE3 to the lanes. Yeah. Left lane, Mike Brown. Right lane, Richard Hart. For right lane, running an 11.72 with a 1, Richard Hart. That call was for Nostalgic Eliminator 3 to the lanes, please. Left lane, Ralph Coles out of Fallbrook, California, the 73 Dart. Right lane, 79 Cutlass, taking the win light out of Downey, California. That's Nicholas Van Horn, running an 11.64 with a 9. Nicholas Van Horn. VFolk.com left lane, Scott Reed. Bushlight right lane, Bob Stanley. Trans Am there in the right lane, 67 Camaro. Left lane, win light goes to Bob Stanley in the right lane, running an 11.57 with a 5. Cucamonga, California, in that 48 wagon there in the left lane. Jan Vanderpool out of Bakersfield in the 68 Mustang there in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is your final call for David Gas. D-Gas, David Gas. That is your final call. Jan Vanderpool won this last one there in the right lane, running an 11.56. Rogers. Mike Rogers getting the win light. 11:77 with the 3. Left lane, Krista Soynam out of Bakersfield, California. Right lane, Ronnie Pruitt out of Bloomington. '77 Camaro there in the left lane. Krista Soynam's going to take this win, running an 11:69 with a 9. Single right lane car going down. That is Barry Feldman, Los Osos, California, in the 60 El Camino. Barry Feldman running a 12:29 with a 5. Another single car down in the right lane. This is going to be Carl Smith finishing the category here for round 1 of Edward Gas. Carl Smith running an 11:58 with a 7. Give us just one moment here and we will be going into David Gas. Looking good in the lanes over here. Looks like we got all of our pairs. Jumping into David Gas, round 1 at this ANRA Finals. Our first one down the track is going to be our bye run. This is a bye for the car in the right lane, which is Jason Wattenberg out of Bakersfield, California, in his 55 Chevy. Anthony Byers out of Paso Robles, California there in the Vote.com left lane in the 65 Nova. In the gorgeous 68 Camaro there in the right lane out of Bakersfield, California is Daryl Sizemore. Anthony Byers turning on the win light in the 65 Nova, running a 10.66 with an 8. Anthony Byers. Left lane, Wooly Bear. Right lane, Bryce Youngdale. Win light for left lane, 67 Nova. That is Wooly Bear, running a 10.68 with a 1. Bill Norton there in the left lane out of Twain Harte, California. Tom Mullen there in the right lane out of Los Osos, California. Win light going to Bill Norton in the 63 Nova, running a 10.63 with a 3. Bill Norton. Left lane, Steve Barta. Right lane, Richard Llewellyn. Steve Barta there in the 62 Chevy in the left lane, 67 Chevy in the right lane for Richard Llewellyn. Win light goes to Steve Barta in the left lane, running a 10.61 with a 7. Vote.com left lane, Steve Canton. Bushlight right lane, Daniel Brown. Win light right lane, Daniel Brown out of Visalia, California in that 72 Vega, running a 10.62 with a 7. Left lane, the Vote.com sponsors in the left lane. James Burt out of Kingsburg, California. Bush Light sponsors the right lane. Cheyenne Custer. Win light, running a 10.87 with a 3 in the 55 Bel Air, James Burt. Nostalgic Eliminator 3, NE3 to the lanes. NE3 into the lanes. We have Kent Bear in the right lane out of Paso Robles, California. Gary Hardy out of Cressy, California there in the left lane. California. Left lane. In the right lane, William Lipinski, Bakersfield, California. Win light goes to William Lipinski, running the 72 Camaro. Getting a 10:39 with a 3. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is going to be the first call for C gas, Charlie gas. First call, Charlie gas to the lanes. Left lane, Frank Bargill. Right lane, George Thomas. George Thomas is getting the win light here. Running a 10:28 with a 4. Right lane, George Thomas. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need NE3, Nostalgic. Eliminator 3 to the lanes, please. We also need C gas, Charlie gas to the lanes. And this will be the first call for junior comp. We need all 3 of those classes to the lanes, please. If you are not there, you are late. This pair, win light went to Richard Strickenfaden, running a 10:65 with a 5. Next pair, left lane, Tim Mulville, Richard Amarilius, right lane. Red light turned on for the 68 Camaro. Tim Mulville running a 10:61 with a 7. Ladies and gentlemen, we need NE3 to the lanes, please. NE3 to the lanes. We also need C gas, Charlie gas to the lanes. And junior comp to the lanes, please. Left lane, Gary D. Howard takes the win light, running a 10:68 with a 2 in the 72 Camaro. Gary D. Howard. Next pair, Mike Balzer in the 71 Chevelle, the left lane. Jerome Tyree Jr., Bakersfield, California, gets the win line, running a 10:58 flat. be out of Lancaster, California, sponsored by Mike's Transmissions. Default.com left lane, Fred Klein. First pair down the track for Nostalgic Eliminator 3 in the water box right now. This pair is Jeff Ball in our Bushlight right lane, Default.com left lane, Emerson Rose Pyers. left lane, Emerson Rose Pyers out of Madero Ranchos, California, running a 9:56 with a 6. Ashley Ballstein in the left lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can I please have NE2 to the lanes, please? Nostalgic Eliminator 2 to the lanes, please. First call, NE2. Win light on for left lane, Ashley Ballstein out of San Diego, California, running a 961 with a 3. Left lane, Zach Rhino out of Ventura, California, the 48 Fiat. We have a 27 Ford there in the right lane. That is Phil Swanson. Win light goes on for Zach Rhino there in the left lane. Going to the end of the track, he's going to clock in at a 10:20 with an 8, 130 miles per hour. Zach Rhino. Left lane is Judd Harris out of Bakersfield, California, in the 23 model T. Giving the win light over to Steiner out of Columbia, California, the 23 Ford, running a 967 with a 7. White out of Waldemar, California. Right lane, Busch Light sponsored right lane, Douglas Holmes out of Tehachapi. The track here for this pair, win light is going to be Douglas Holmes out of Tehachapi there in the right lane, running a 961 with a 7 at 122 miles per hour. Douglas Holmes. Lake Elsinore, California, in the 23 Ford. In the 60 Fed there in the right lane, Darren Beck out of Bakersfield there. To left lane, running in 964 with a 2. That's the 23 Ford belonging to Steve Welch. Ladies and gentlemen, this one's going to complete round 1 for NE3. This is John Passy here out of Sacramento, California. He'll be a single car down here for NE3 in the right lane. John Passy wants to mention the Passy family in here. It is 68 Shoemaker. Going to come in for this run at a 971 flat at 131 miles per hour. Here in the right lane, and then we're going to go into Charlie Gas. Attention to the pits, we have another call here. We need B gas, boy gas, to the lanes please. Boy gas, your first call to the lanes. Here. Left lane is a 67 Chevelle out of Bakersfield, California. That's Bo Dyson. Right lane is a 72 Nova out of Monterose, California. This is Jeff Jones. Get ready to break the beams here. This is going to be the start to our round 1 Amber Finals Charlie Gas class. Is going to get turned on here for Bo Dyson in the 67 Chevelle, running a 961 with a 4 at 135 miles per hour. Next pair here, going down the track, left lane, Michael Doster, right lane, Scott Russell. Is going to right lane, Scott Russell out of Bakersfield, California, in the 66 Chevelle, running a 959 with a 4. the left lane and a Justin Lynch in the right lane. Wonder if this pair here is family. Left lane, running a 961 with a 4 at 125 miles per hour. Gary Lynch. Next pair down, left lane, Eric Hopkins, right lane, Wayne Rich out of Santa Barbara, California. Win light, right lane, 74 Vega, that's Wayne Rich, clocking in at a 960 with a 5. Sponsored right lane, Ryan Smith out of Ojai, California in the 69 Cougar. Beefboat.com sponsored left lane out of Visalia, California, the 55 Chevy is none other than Clayton Norris. Winlight, right lane, Ryan Smith in the 69 Cougar, going 972 with a 3. Ryan Smith. Single car down in the right lane, Charles Stiles out of Pismo Beach, California in his Nova. This pass is going to put him in at a 958 with a 3, 139 miles per hour. More single cars down the track here for our Charlie Gas round 1 of eliminations. This is going to be Ken Christie out of Bakersfield, California in the 37 Chevy. Wind light on for him in that left lane. It's going to put him in at a 957 with an 8, going 140 miles per hour. Ken Christie. This will be the competition by here. Billy T out of Sanger, California. In thefolk.com, their left lane. After this competition by here for Billy T, we will be going into junior comp. Billy Teague's going to come in at 958 flat at 141 miles per hour there. That will complete the class here for Charlie Gas as we get ready to bring out our junior comps. Shout out to Grandma and Grandpa and M&M Fuels. Abigail Rogers out of Bakersfield, California there in the right lane. First pair down the track, Winlight is going to go to the left lane. Isabella Lily Pires running a 691 with a 7 at 97 miles per hour. Next pair, left lane, Logan Oliveira out of Cypress, California, giving a shout out to IRS Problem Solvers and Oliveira Racing. Right lane, Busch Light sponsored right lane, Brody Connor. Winlight goes to right lane, Brody Connor out of Bakersfield, California, running a 691 with a 9. Also out of Oak Hills, California. Going down the track here, Winlight is going to go to left lane, Garrett Agnew, running a 685 with a 6. Sponsored right lane, Jacelyn Gonzaga out of Northridge, California. Default.com left lane, Coda Patton out of Santa Paula, California. Going down the track, unfortunately we have a red light for Jacelyn Gonzaga. Left lane is going to be Coda Patton running a 689 with a 2. We have our second to last pair going down the track here for round 1 junior comp here in our ANRA finals. Left lane's going to be Carly Ball out of Phelan, California. Noah Cole taking that right lane out of Glendora, California. Winlight is going to get turned on for Noah Cole, running a 689 with a 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last pair down the track for round 1 of junior comp. Left lane is Cole Gutierrez out of Hellendale, California. Right lane is Emerson Rose Pires out of Madera. Final pair down the track for 91 with a 1 at 96 miles per hour. Emerson Rose fires. All right, that completes it for round 1 of junior comp here at our Amber Finals. We're going into round 1 of Nostalgic Eliminator 2. Couple more announcements. 65-inch TV raffle proceeds are going to Chaplain Matt. Go see the ladies over at the Amber booth if you want to participate in that. It is not too late. That is still open, but your time is running out. While we're doing some track prep here before we bring out our Nostalgic Eliminator 2, M&M Fuels is also on the rear side of our staging lanes. M&M Fuels always coming in flex for us here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an important announcement here. Need everyone's attention, please. Can we please have George Tyree Jr. and Mike Balzer to do their rerun for our David Gas class? We need you both to the lanes as soon as possible to do that rerun. George Tyree Jr., Mike Balzer to rerun for David Gas to the lanes. For the rerun for David Gas, we need George Tyree Jr. and Mike Balzer to the lanes as soon as possible, please, to do your rerun. Again, as soon as possible. Thank you. Here we go, NE2. Let's get our cars going down the track for Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Round 1. left lane. For NE2, Nostalgia Eliminator 2, this is Gabe Wood out of Bakersfield, California in the 48 Fiat Alter. This is the competition bye. Is going to Adam Westbrook there, getting an 862 with a 5. Going to right lane, Michael Nitz, running at 870 with a 7. NE1 to the lanes, please. This is your first call for Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes, please. Here in the left lane, Jason Truby in the right. Attention in the pits, in case you didn't hear the first couple calls, we need A-Gas, Apple Gas to the lanes, and NE1, Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Jason Truby. Truby racing here, Bakersfield, California. Going at 862 with a 1. Second to last pair here for Nostalgia Eliminator 2, round 1, AMRA finals. Left lane, Patty Fettinger. Right lane, Matt Peternell. Red light, right lane, 866 with a 5. That is Matt Peternell. Before we go into our competition bye. Left lane, Tendu, right lane, Mark McCaslin. Wheel light's going to get turned on for the left side. 861 with a 1, that's Tendu. Right lane car for Nostalgia Eliminator 2 to close out round 1 of AMRA finals. Right lane, Jake Moshier out of Santa Cruz, California. Last runner for NE2 round 1, gonna come in at 861 with a 9. This one is our rerun for David Gas. Our rerun pair for Data Gas. Right lane, out of Bakersfield, California, George Tyree Jr. Left lane, out of Saugus, California, the 71 Chevelle is Mike Balder. Win light, left lane, running a 1064 with a 5, Mike Balder. To waste no time jumping into Boy Gas. Round 1 finals. Round 1 AMRA finals. Our first pair for this first pair down the track in round 1 is left lane Randy Armstrong, right lane Mark Leager. First pair down the track for Boy Gas. Win light goes to the left lane, running an 862 with a 7, Randy Armstrong. Right lane, running an 857 with an 8. Left lane, Roger Stallmaker, out of Bakersfield, California. Right lane, Al White, out of Azusa, California. Looks like we have a pretty and purple 55 Chevy there in the right lane, 65 Corvair there in the left lane. Win light is going to left lane, 868 with a 2, Roger Stallmaker. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need juniors to the grove, please. Round 2. Juniors to the grove, please. Left lane, Dan Nicholson, out of Yorba Linda. Megan and Nita Gorman there in that right lane. This pair making their way down the track. Win light is going to Megan and Nita Gorman running in 875 flat. In the 65 Chevelle, win lights 865 with a 9, Greg Griffith. It is going to be our last pair for round 1 in boy gas. Left lane, George Zua. Right lane, Darren Kraft. Win lights on for left lane, running an 860 with the 1 in that 64 Nova. That's George Zua. In case you missed that first call, juniors to the Grove, please. Juniors to the Grove. We are jumping into A-Gas. First round of Anwar Finals A-Gas. Jim Soynham is going to be one of the gentlemen here starting the first pair for Apple Gas. Left lane, Jim Soynham. Right lane, Tom Fowler out of Paso Robles, California. 53, Studebaker. Busch Light sponsored right lane, Clint McKay out of Bakersfield, California, that 35 airflow. Goes on there for left lane, running a 7:59 with a 6. That's Terry Newton. Juniors. We need you to the grove, please. Round 2, juniors. Running a 7:64 with a 5. That is Scott Saltzman. This is going to be our final pair for Apple Gas, A-Gas. We will run this pair and then we'll go into our Invocation and National Anthem after this pair. We have the Vote.com left lane, Cale Mallory, and the Busch Light right lane, Casey Truer. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please stand and remove your hat coverings for our invocation and national anthem. Our invocation is brought to you by none other than our chaplain, Matt.
Thank you, Chevelle. Let's pray. Lord, I just want to thank you for this beautiful weather that you've given us for this whole weekend. It's just been so wonderful. I thank you for keeping everyone safe up to this point, and I just ask for your continued blessing on all our racers as they go down that track. Please keep them safe. Bless them with great runs. Bless us with just a wonderful day of racing. Bless all our fire and safety crew as they watch over our racers. And I would ask, Lord, that they would just have a nice, boring day from this day on out. And that would be the best blessing of all. And we give this to you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Awesome, thank you, sir. Please stay standing and keep those hat coverings off for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
Awesome, let's get into racing. Thank you, everybody. We are going into first round, first pair, Nostalgia, Eliminator 1. Nostalgia, Eliminator 1. First car down the track in the left lane will be a single car. It will be a bye run for Ed Cook out of Santa Paula, California in the 99 Sterling. Mike Cook running a 7:34 with a 9 at 179 miles per hour. For this pair, left lane, Charlie C. out of Fresno, California. Vince Generalo, I apologize, Jr. out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Model T there in the left lane. 23 for T-Bucket in the right lane is going to take it. That's Vince Jr. running a 7:62 with a 7. Next pair. Left lane, Joe Trotsky. Right lane, Greg Den Hartog. This pair is off. 32 Bantam, left lane. Looks like some car issues for the 23 Model T there in the right lane. Joe Trotsky is going to take it in the left lane, a 7:69 with a 6. Left lane, Dave Isley. Right lane, Tom Martin. pair here for our Nostalgia Eliminator 1. We have one test and tune, and then we'll be going into our juniors for round 2, juniors. This pair, left lane, Eiley Stafford. Right lane, Joe Lundberg. Win light, left lane, 757 with a 9, Eiley Stafford. Alrighty, we're gonna have one solo car going down the track here. This will be a test and tune, and then juniors will be getting on to round 2. Give us just a moment to get a car off the top end there, and then we'll be going into that test and tune. While we have some time, go take a look at entering the raffle for that 65-inch TV going home with someone today. And M&M Fuels at the rear of our staging lanes. If you need fuel, M&M Fuels is at the back of our staging lanes. All right, reds are down. We're jumping into this test and tune here. Here we go. Round 2, Junior Group 1. First pair up for Junior Group 1. This will be round 2. Here, Addison Howe out of El Segundo, California. Right lane, Easton Oliveira out of Cypress, California. Again, this is round 2 of our Juniors Group 1. As they go down the track, the win light is going to be on for left lane, Addison Howe, running at 11.93 with a 6 at 57 miles per hour. Ready to stage. Push light right lane, Jordan Jones. The folks that call left lane, Cash Handshoe. And they're off. Win light goes to Cash Handshoe there in the left lane. Got a red bulb there for Jordan Jones, unfortunately. Cash Handshoe towards the end of the track is going to run a 11.93 with an 8. Attention in the pits. This will be the first call for all of Sportsman to the lanes. Sportsman, we need you in the lanes. lane here is going to be a single car down the track. This is a bye run for Kyle Albright. Shouting out Gaskin Services out of Yucaipa, California here. Kyle's going to run a 1187 flat. Two juniors for round 2 eliminations will be kicking it off here with Mackenzie Nelson out of Yucaipa, California in her half scale. Mackenzie Nelson is our first out by run. Junior, group 2. Attention in the pits. Sportsman, we need you to the lanes preparing, please. Sportsman to the lanes. We also need hot rod to the lanes. Hot rod to the lanes. California, right lane Brock Rogers out of Bakersfield, California. Red light is going to be on that left side for Kaden Oliveira. Red light there for Brock Rogers. Kaden Oliveira here with the red light is going to run an 885 with a 1. Juniors coming out to the water box. This will be our last pair for junior group 2. Left lane, Trevor Kirby. Right lane, Talon Pope. Final pair, junior group 2, the mid light is going to signal on our right side. Calvin Pope running an 892 with an 8. That will finish group 2 for us here. out of Bakersfield, California. Right lane, Cole Gutierrez out of Helendale. Junior Group 3, round 2. Junior Group 3, win light, right lane. Cole Gutierrez running a 7:91 with a 6. Dylan Nelson out of Yucaipa. Right lane, Alex Reese out of Newark, California. Down the track, win light, left lane, running a 7:99 for 4. Dylan Nelson. To be our last pair for Junior Group 3 here for round 2 eliminations here at Anwar Finals. Last pair, Group 3, Grayson Custer there, left lane, Connor Albright in the right lane. Right lane, Connor Albright out of Yucaipa, California, running a 7:86 with a 5. Little bit of car troubles there for one of our juniors in the left lane. We're going to bring up our 2 pairs for Junior Group 4, round 2 eliminations. This will be left lane, Isabella Lily Pyers. Right lane, Kayla Bowman. Well, it's quiet here while we're cleaning up that left lane over there. Hot rod. If you are racing hot rod, we are going to hot lap you guys after Charlie Gas. Keep that in mind. You will be hot lapped after Charlie Gas. Again, if you are racing hot rod, you will be hot lapped after Charlie Gas. If you are racing hot rod, you will be hot lapped after Charlie Gas. First pair down, Junior Group 4, round 2. We have in our Bush Light right lane, Kayla Bowman. Default.com left lane, Isabella Lily Pyers. Kayla Bowman towards the end of the track. She's going to run 87.80 with a 5. 83 miles per hour. Win light. Kayla Bowman. This will be the last pair down the track for our Junior Group 4. This is the last pair before we have a couple, I believe, one license pass and 2 testing tunes. Whoever wins this pair will determine who's advancing to the finals here for Junior Group 4. Win light, right lane, Noah Cole, running a 7.96 with a 3. Will be in the finals with Kayla Bowman. hang in there. We have a couple tested tunes and a license pass here to finish out our junior class, and then we will be going into our Sportsman. Hot Rod Racers, just to remind you, after this round, we are going to hot lap you guys after C-Gas, Charlie Gas. Hot Rod will be hot lapped. Attention in the pits! Attention in the pits! Hot Rod Racers, this is your final call to the lanes. We need all Hot Rod Racers to the lanes. Open wheel, this will be your first call. Open wheel, we need you to the lanes for pairing. Open wheel. perfect time to announce again that 65-inch TV is going home with someone today. You could be that lucky winner of that 65-inch TV. All of our proceeds of that raffle are going to go to Chaplain Matt. If you go to the Amber booth and see the ladies, you could go home with that 65-inch TV. It is not too late to tell your family and friends that they could live stream the rest of our Amber finals today. Or if they go to the Amber website, they can select the Watch Live link, which will take them to the live stream, as well as the schedule for next year. If you see the little one running around, baby Shelby, Jim and Becky's baby, she's turning 2 years old today. Go tell her happy birthday. Hot Rod, again, you will be hot locked after C-Gas. After Charlie Gas, Hot Rod, you will be hot locked. Ladies and gentlemen, we're dragging the track and then we will be up to our Sportsman. Sportsman round 2 eliminations. Give us a couple more minutes and then Sportsman, you will be up. All right. Started with our Sportsman ladder by. We have Sam Landsberg. Sam Landsberg is our ladder by, taking the right lane. Burnout. Sam Landsberg, ladder by, taking the right lane from Simi Valley, California in the 70 Maverick. with a 3 at 101 miles per hour. First pair for Sportsman. Lining up right now. Getting ready to take the beams. Right lane, Brad Thompson from Visalia, California. Left lane, Tom Featherstone out of Atascadero, California. We have a 67 Mustang and a 76 Camaro. Chevy versus Ford here with this pair. As they make their way down the track, Win Light is going to go on for right lane. Brad Thompson, 76 Camaro, running a 1205 with a 4. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This will be the second call for open wheel to the lanes, please. Open wheel to the lanes, please. This pair here for Sportsman in the left lane is Ryan Pierce out of Oak Hills, California. Out of Mariposa, California, there in the right lane, Dave Lawson. Win light is on. 14.49 with a 6. That is Ryan Pierce there in the left lane. Second to last pair here for round 2 Sportsman. Left lane, Barry Feldman. Right lane, Brent Johnston. We need E-Gas. Edward Gas to the lanes, please. Edward Gas to the lanes. Brent Johnson here in the right lane, taking it for Sportsman round 2 with his pair. 11.99 with a 1. Brent Johnston. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. E-Gas, Edward Gas, we need you to the lanes. E-Gas, Edward Gas to the lanes. This pair here, getting ready to take the beams, is going to finish our Sportsman category for round 2. We have out of Bakersfield for this pair, a 68 Merc Cougar there in the right lane, Clive Henderson, and a 75 Mustang there in the left lane, defunct.com, Greg Little. Final call, Hot Rod to the lanes. This is your final call. Hot Rod, if you are not in the lanes, you are late. Final call, Hot Rod. Hot Rod, you are running right now. Jumping right into our Hot Rod class. If you are running Hot Rod and you are not in the lanes, you are late. We are running right now. Left lane, Krista Soydum. Right lane, Steve Lechner. Left lane, Krista Soydum took that one. 11.68 with a 3. 11.68 with a 3. Left lane. That was our first pair for Hot Rod. Our second pair here Bfolked.com, Michael Doster there in the left lane. Busch Light sponsored right lane, Danny Valdez. Win lane, Danny Valdez in the 67 Camaro. Red light, unfortunately, for that left lane. Win light for Danny Valdez. He's going to run at 10:59 with the 7. Left lane here, Justin Crosby. Right lane here, Steve Canton. Justin Crosby, shout out to Mike's Transmissions. Steve Canton, shout out to Les Schwab. Win light, right lane, 10:75 with the 3. Steve Canton. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. E-Gas. Edward Gas to the lanes. E-Gas. Edward Gas to the lanes. Left lane, Paul Canon. Carl Smith, right lane. Win line. Paul Canon, left lane, running a 9:07 with a 9. Next pair, left lane, Lucas Nunez. Rich Grove, California for Lucas Nunez. Exeter, California there for right lane, Dave Brown. We have a 55 Chevy in the left lane. 72 Vega there in the right lane. Looks like 3 cars there to me down on the starting lane. Making their way down the track. Win light is going to go to right lane, Dave Brown in the 72 Vega, running a 10.999. Staging here, Bfolked.com left lane, Jeff Balzer. Busch Light right lane, George Thomas. Right lane, 56 Ford Custom. Left lane, 71 Chevelle. Going down for round 2 hot rod class here at ANRA Finals. Win light is George Thomas out of Mariposa, California in that 56 Ford Custom. Running a 10:21 with a 2. Getting ready to stage here. Left lane, Don Momai out of Stockton, California. Ed Walker, right lane out of Lakewood, California. In the 70 Roadrunner there. Left lane, 38 Chevy Stan. 1938 Chevy sedan for Don Momai. Feel like good passes here for our Hot Rod Round 2 eliminations here at Anwar Finals. Don't forget, E-Gas, Edward Gas, we need you to the lanes. E-Gas, Edward Gas to the lanes. Running through these pairs for Hot Rod. Left lane, Richard Hart. Right lane, George Tyree. 66 Ranchero there. Right lane, George Tyree takes it. Running a 10.71 with a 6 at 115 miles per hour. Next pair here, Butch Hedrick, Bob Stanley. And they're off. Win light for left lane there. Butch Hedrick in the 68 Chevelle. Going down the track. Win light by red light, unfortunately, from Bob Stanley. Butch Hedrick taking it left lane, running a 10.37 with a 3. Thevote.com sponsored left lane, Michael Agnew. Busch Light sponsored right lane, Joe Cardoza. We're about halfway through our hot rod pairs here. And they're off. Win light will be for left lane, running a 9.67 with an 8. That's Michael Agnew. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We have 2 calls here. E-Gas, Edward Gas. We need you to the lanes, please. Edward Gas, we need you to the lanes. This is also going to be the first call here for D-Gas, David Gas. So Edward and David Gas, you guys should be in the lanes. Tom Bayer here in the left lane, Larry Wiggins here in the right lane, win light. In the 62 Corvette, Tom Bayer, running a 10.22 with a 9. Takes it with a 9.78 with an 8, 138 miles per hour. Camaro here in the left lane, Tim Mulville. 64 Malibu in the right lane, Donald Dombrowski. Moonlight, right lane. Donald Dombrowski out of Simi Valley in that 64 Malibu. Donald's going to run a 9.99 with a 7. starter box. Left lane, Chris O'Donnell. Right lane, Danny Vahidi. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. D-Gas, David Gas. We need you to the lanes, please, for pairing. D-Gas, David Gas. We need you to the lanes now for pairing. This pair headed down the track, win light, left lane, going 890 with the 6. That's the 65 Cornet by Chris O'Donnell. This is our second to last pair here for round 2 in Hot Rod Eliminations here at Finals this weekend. Bush Light sponsored right lane, Daniel Raleigh. Devote.com, left lane, Alan Shoemaker. Miles per hour. That is Alan Shoemaker. Last pair of hot rod coming down the track. Our last pair of hot rod. Then we will be jumping straight into open wheel. Last pair hot rod for round 2. Hot rod 1057 with a 3. We'll go to right lane. Colin Points. Wasted no time here, jumping right into open wheel. Open wheel. First pair down for open wheel. Round 2. Left lane, Bob O'Neill out of Rancho Cucamonga, California. Right lane, Dave Walker. The win light is going to go to Bob O'Neill. Bob O'Neill running a 1150 with a 4. wheel. Round 2. Left lane, Mike McLaughlin. Right lane, Carly Ball. Green light, left lane, running a 10:38 with a 7. That is Mike Laughlin. 23 Model T. Left lane, Mike Laughlin. We are going to do some quick touch-ups here on the track, and then we will send out our e-gas, Edward Gas. A little bit of touch-up here on the track, and then we will send out Edward Gas. Give us just a moment. As we get almost ready here for e-gas, we are rolling. Edward Gas is coming down for our pairs for round 2 in Edward Gas. Don't forget the raffle is still going on for that 65-inch TV. Don't miss out on possibly going home with that today. Our M&M Fuels. Don't forget M&M Fuels in the back of the staging lanes. Also, final call for D-Gas. David Gas. If you are running D-Gas, it is your final call. David Gas to the lanes. Eliminator 3, to the lanes please. NE3, first call. We need you to the lanes. Our first pair down the track here for Edward Gas. Left lane is Carl Smith. Right lane, Brad Thompson. Right lane, 1162 with a 9, that is Brad Thompson. Horn in the 79 Ketless is going to turn on the win light at 11:64 with a 3. Nicholas Van Horn. Left lane, Jim Holes, Porterville, California. Right lane, Mike Rogers out of Tehachapi. Win light. 11:59 with a 6. That goes to Mike Rogers. Left lane, Bob Stanley out of Pacific, California. Right lane, Richard Hart in the 73 Camaro. 73 Camaro is going to take the win light here. 11:65 with the 4. 115 miles per hour there for Richard Hart. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need NE3, Nostalgia Eliminator 3 to the staging lanes, please. And C-Gas, Charlie Gas to the lanes. This pair here, Krista Soydam in the 77 Camaro there on the left. 68 Mustang there on the right is Jan Vanderpool. Going down the track. Win light is getting turned on there for the left side. 11:60 with a 3. That's Krista Soydam. First pair down the track for D-Gas here. Left lane, Billy Rogers. Right lane, Jeremy Jennings. Win light for left lane, Billy Rogers. Running a 10:61 with a 4. Anthony Byers. Left lane, Gary Hardy. Right lane. Win light, Anthony Byers from Paso Robles, California there in the 65 Nova, running a 10:63 with a 6. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need NE3, Nostalgia Eliminator 3 to the lanes, please. If you are not in the lanes, you are now late. NE3 to the lanes. Also need C-Gas, Charlie Gas to the lanes. Last pair, Richard Strickenfaden, win light, 10:58 with a 6. Bill Norton. Left lane was William Glepensky. Bill Norton there in the right lane turned on the win line at 10:66 with a 4. Next pair coming up here for D-Gas. Got a 55 Chevy there on our right out of Bakersfield, California. That's Jason Wattenberg. Out of Lakewood, California. On the left is Ed Walker. Left lane running a 10:58 with a 5. That is Ed Walker. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, if you are running Nostalgia Eliminator 3, you need to be in the lanes, please. NE3 to the lanes. Charlie Gas, we need you to the lanes. Again, Charlie Gas, we need you to the lanes. This pair, right lane, James Bird, out of Kingsburg, California, the 55 Bel Air took the win line at 10:72 with a 4. Justin Crosby here on the left, Mike Balzer on the right. '62 Dart here versus the 71 Chevelle. Win light is going to get turned on here by the right lane, and Mike Balzer running a 10:56 with a 7. Here for David Gas, left lane, Woolly Bear, right lane, Daniel Brown. We have a Vega versus a Nova here. Win light, right lane, 10:62 with a 9, that's Daniel Brown in the 72 Vega. We need you to the lanes, please. Charlie Gas, that is C-Gas to the lanes. We also need all hot rod drivers back to the lanes for your hot lap after C-Gas. That is C-Gas to the lanes and hot rod to the lanes. Tim Mulville here out of Porterville, California in the right lane. Gary D. Howard there out of Bakersfield in the left lane. Win light for the 68 Camaro there, belonging to Tim Mulville, 10:61 with a 9. Single car here finishing out David Gas here. Right lane is Steve Barna out of Bakersfield in the 62 Chevy. Steve Barna running a 1060 flat at 124 miles per hour. While it's quiet here before we run our next pair here in the upcoming class, we need C-Gas, Charlie Gas, to the lanes. Attention in the pits. That is C-Gas, Charlie Gas to the lanes. And Hot Rod, we need you back to the lanes as well. If you are running Hot Rod, we need you back to the lanes as well. All right, well, we are getting ready for NE3 coming up next. While you can, go put in for that raffle if you want to go home with that 65-inch TV. Here we go, going into Nostalgia Eliminator 3. We are starting with our ladder by. Emerson Rose Pyers out of Madero Ranchos, California, and the Roadster is going to be our ladder by here. First one out for NE3. Emerson Rose Pyers running a 9.59 with a 6 at 139 miles per hour. Next pair coming up out of San Diego, California, right lane, Ashley Ballstein. Left lane out of Sacramento, California. Shout out to the Cassie family here in the 68 Shoemaker is John Cassie. This is your first call here. We need junior comp to the lanes, please. Junior comp to the lanes for pairing. 9:57 with an 8. Left lane, Zach Rhino from Ventura, California. Right lane, Douglas Holmes. Winlight. Right lane, Douglas Holmes out of Tehachapi. Douglas running a 9:52 with a 4, 137 miles per hour. On the starting line here, get ready to stage. We have our last pair for round 2 of Nostalgia Eliminator 3. Last pair to see who is advancing to the semifinals for this group. After this pair, we will have one license pass, and then we're going to go into C-Gas. Charlie Gas. Left lane, Steve Welch out of Lake Elsinore, California. Right lane, Stan Steiner out of Columbia. Ford versus Ford. Right lane, 23-4, Stan Steiner, running a 9:63 with an 8. While this license pass is going, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can Nostalgia Eliminator 2 come up to the lanes, please? And E2 to the lanes. First pair down the track for C-Gas, Charlie Gas. Right lane, Charles Stiles in the Nova. Left lane, 67 Chevelle is Bo Dyson. Winlight goes on for Bo Dyson in the 67 Chevelle, running a 9:61 with a 1. Next pair staging here for C-Gas. Left lane, Brian Smith. Right lane, Scott Russell. This goes to the 69 Cougar there in the left lane. Brian Smith running a 9:57 with an 8 at 141 miles per hour. Default.com sponsored left lane is Ken Christie. Bush Light sponsored right lane, Billy T. Down the track here for Charlie Gass. Wind Light, 957 with a 2. That goes to the 67 Nova here in the right lane for Billy T. Left lane, Gary Lynch out of Selmar, California. Right lane, Santa Barbara, California is Wayne Rich, gets the win. Right lane, Wayne Rich running 960 with a 1. We are doing some quick touch-up here on the starting line while we wait for the rest of the hot rod cars to make their way up to the staging lanes. And B-Gas, Boy Gas. Can we have you to the lanes, please? B-Gas, Boy Gas to the lanes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing our final call here to enter in that 65-inch TV raffle. Proceeds go to Chaplain Matt. Proceeds go to Mr. Chaplain Matt. Go always standing out here no matter the weather, praying for all of our racers and their safety going down the track. Cannot thank this man enough. Go enter in the raffle while you can to go home with a 65-inch TV today before it is too late. M&M Fuels here at the rear end of our staging lanes. We'll be starting here shortly. Last call for Hot Rod. We're getting ready to send Hot Rod down the track. Last call for Hot Rod. We are waiting on 3 cars. If you are in the pits and you are one of those 3 cars, we need you to make your way to the lanes now, please. This is the final call. We're getting ready to run Hot Rod here shortly. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is another call for the final couple cars we need up here for Hot Rod. If you are running Hot Rod, no excuses. We need you in the lanes now, please. We need you in the lanes now. Final call here for Hot Rod. You have just under 1 minute to make your way to the lanes. We are getting ready to run Hot Rod. You have just under 1 minute now. About 30 seconds to make your way to the lanes here for Hot Rod, or you will not be running. Let's go racing. Sending our pair of Hot Rod down the track. Let's get the ball rolling here. sedan here running an 862 with a 2. On to our next pair. Busch Light sponsored right lane, Alan Shoemaker out of Fresno. 66 Nova here in the Folk.com sponsored left lane. Paul Kanon. And they're off. Second pair down the track here for our hot rod group. Midlight, Alan Shoemaker out of Fresno, California. Alan getting the win light here in the right lane. He's going to run an 11:79 with an 8. Left lane, Chris O'Donnell. Right lane, Steve Canton. Winlight, left lane, running an 889 with a 4 in the 65 Cornet out of Laguna Beach, California. That is Chris O'Donnell. Left lane, Tom Bayer. Right lane, Larry Warren. Larry Warren takes the win for this pair, running a 10:43 with an 8. Larry Warren. Hot rod, left lane, Chris DeSoyden. Right lane, George Tyree out of Bakersfield, California, in the 66 Ranchero. Winlight, right lane, 1062 with a 2 at 123 miles per hour. That is George Tyree. Left lane, 67 Camaro. Right lane, 64 Malibu out of Simi Valley. Right lane, Donald Dombrowski. Left lane, Danny Valdez. Danny Valdez gets the win light, going at 10:57 with a 7 at 130 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. This is the final call for B gas. Boy gas to the lanes. Final call for boy gas to the lanes. This will also start our first call here for A gas, Apple gas. First call, Apple gas to the lanes. Left lane, Michael Agnew took this pair. Gary Lynch was in the right lane. Michael Agnew in his 69 Chevelle took the win at 964 with a 2. Right lane, single car down for Hot Rod, Butch Hedrick in a 68 Chevelle. Win here, 10:36 flat. right, guys, this is now the absolute final call for 65-inch TV. I don't know anyone out there who does not want to go home with that 65-inch TV. This is the final call for that. The raffle is getting ready to close here. They're getting ready to pull a ticket. Race over to the AMRA booth at the end of the tower over here on the corner of the Grove, side area of the Grove. You can get 6 entry tickets into that raffle for $5. We could use all of those donations as they go to an amazing cause. Mr. Chaplain Matt will get all the proceeds for this 65-inch TV raffle. Go enter that raffle while you can. You could go home with that 65-inch TV here in minutes. And we are starting junior comp. Junior comp getting staged and ready to be the first pair down to the lanes in this round of junior comp here at the AMRA finals. In the Foat.com left lane is Coda Patton out of Santa Paula, California. In the Busch Light sponsored right lane is Isabella Lily Pyers out of Madera, California. Going into the semifinals for junior comp is left lane Coda Patton running a 692 flat. Win line Coda Patton. With a 7. Eliminator 1 to the lanes. Emerson Rose Pyers here in the left lane takes the win for this pair. Brody Connor there was in the right lane. Emerson running a 693 with a 9. start off Nostalgia Eliminator 2 here with our ladder by. One car in the right lane, Matt Peternell out of Pine Mountain Club, California in the 32 Bantam. Running an 8.62 with a 65 Cheetah there in the left lane out of Santa Cruz, California, Jake Moshier. Right lane, 37 Bantam out of Porterville, California, is Adam Rustbrook. Win light, right lane, running an 860 with a 2, that is Adam Westbrook. Here for Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Left lane, Lindsay Lister. Right lane, Tendu. Win light is going to get turned on here for the left lane, running an 860 with an 8. This is Lindsay Lister. Here is Joseph Scaduto out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, in the 01 Sterling. Right lane, Michael Nitz. Green light, left lane, Joseph Scaduto running 860 with a 6. a test pass go down the track here, and then we're going to be jumping into our pairs here for Boy Gas to see who will advance to the semifinals for Boy Gas. With a 7, that is Greg Griffith. Chevy here in the right lane out of Bakersfield, California as well. Right lane, Tim Gorman. Left lane, Megan Anita Gorman. Good looking race here as far as numbers go. Headed down to the track, Tim Gorman here in the 55 Chevy is going to turn on the win line at 8:57 with a 5 going 159 miles per hour. Tim Gorman. At 156 miles per hour, that's Randy Armstrong. All right, this car down the track is George Zua, and the 64 Nova is going to go ahead and finish off the B-Gas class. Into the water box, we are welcoming in our A-Gas, Apple Gas cars. This is the semi finals here at Annual Finals for Apple Gas. A-Gas semifinals. Here we go. Apple Gas, first pair down in our semifinals. We have a 33 Willys here in the Vote.com sponsored left lane. Out of Santa Maria, California is Casey Truer. Right lane, Busch Light, right lane is the 70 Camaro out of Paso Robles, California, Tom Fowler. Unfortunately, with a red light there for Casey Truer, win light, Tom Fowler. Tom Fowler runs a 7:62 with an 8. Right lane, Tom Fowler, advancing to the finals. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is a call for Sportsman and Hot Rod cars. Sportsman and Hot Rod, we need you to the lanes, please. Sportsman and Hot Rod to the lanes. Left lane, Saltzman out of Clovis, California. See who out of this pair advances to the finals for a gas. Right lane, Terry Newton out of Camarillo, California in the 53 Studebaker. Terry Newton out of Camarillo, California, win light, 7:59 with a 6. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start running our Nostalgia Eliminator 1, we are going to announce the winner of the 65-inch TV. Thank you so much to everyone who helped raise money for Chaplain Matt. The winner of the 65-inch TV is Teresa W. Again, that is Teresa W. If you will make your way over to the Anwar booth, the ladies will go ahead and award you your 65-inch TV. Thank you, guys. this is a competition bye to begin our NE1 semifinals. Dave Isby here in the right lane from Ontario, California. Competition bye. The 1923 Ford T-Bucket advances to the semifinals of Nostalgia Eliminator 1. In case you are not already, juniors to the Grove, please. Juniors to the Grove. Jumping into it. Our last pair for Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to see who advances to the semifinals. Our Busch Light sponsored right lane Ed Cook TVFoat.com sponsored left lane, Eiley Stafford there in the left lane. After this pair, to determine who goes to the semis, we will have a test run, and then going to our juniors. As this pair is down to the track, win light gets turned on for left lane. Eiley Stafford advances to the semifinals of Nostalgia Eliminator 1 here at the ANRA Finals, running a 7:63 with a 6 at 179 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. If you are a hot rod running car and you are still in, we need hot rod to the lanes, please. Hot rod to the lanes. We are doing a single right lane test. After we do this test here, we are going to go into our juniors. We did announce who the winner was for the 65-inch TV. Thank you again very much to everyone who participated in that. Thank you very much. If you are wondering if you are the winner, in case you didn't hear our announcement, please head over to the ANRA booth and they will let you know. pits. Attention in the pits. We need open wheel and hot rod to the lanes, please. Open wheel and hot rod. We need you in the lanes now, please. We will now be starting Junior Group 1 semifinals to see who will be advancing to the finals here. For ANRA Junior Group 1. We have Kyle Albright out of Yucaipa, California, sponsored by Gaskin Services. Left lane here out of El Segundo, California is Miss Addison Howe in the race for the finals. Miss Addison Howe is advancing to the finals. 12:07 with a 3. Addison Howe. Competition by run in here for the finals is left lane Cash Hanshoe out of Bakersfield, California. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a first call for E-Gas, Edward Gas. First call for Edward Gas. Juniors, Group 1, there you have it. Your kiddos moving on to the Junior Group 1 finals is Addison Howe and Cash Hanshoe. We will see you guys in the finals. Going into Juniors Group 2. Oliveira. And they're off. Who will be in the finals for Juniors Group 2 is right lane Kaden Oliveira, clocking in at an 8:93 with a 2 at 69 miles per hour. All right, there you have it. The finals for Juniors Group 2 is Kaden Oliveira and Talon Pope. All right, going into Juniors Group 3, we are starting with a laddered bye. Our laddered bye. This first car out for Junior Group 3 and the semis is Dylan Nelson. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get E. Edward Gas to the lanes, please? E. Edward Gas to the lanes. We also need D. Gas, David Gas. So Edward and David Gas, we need you to the lanes now. Dylan Nelson ran a 7:89 with 3 going to Junior Group 3 finals. Here we go. Who will be advancing to the finals with Dylan Nelson? Left lane, Connor Albright. Right lane, Cole Gutierrez. If you are not already, E-Gas, Edward Gas, and D-Gas, David Gas, we need you for the lanes. This pair for juniors group 3 will be right lane, running a 7.94 with a 7. Cole Gutierrez advances to juniors group 3 finals with Dylan Nelson. We are finishing out one of the 4 groups of our juniors here today at ANRA Finals. Your finalists for junior group 4 are VFoat.com sponsored left lane Kayla Bowman out of Oak Hills, California, and the Busch Light sponsored right lane Noah Cole out of Glendora, California. Who will be your champion? Your champion for junior group 4 is Noah Cole, running an 8:02 with a 3. We have a test pass here in the right lane. After the test pass here in the right lane, we're going to be jumping into our Sportsman class. Hang in there, Sportsman. In just a couple minutes, we will be starting the Sportsman class. Only announcement I have for everyone right now, before you close up until next ANRA season, give M&M Fuels a stop by before you head out to stock up for next season. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we please have Nostalgia, Eliminator 3, and E3 to the lanes, please. Nostalgia, Eliminator 3 to the lanes. Final call here. Ladies and gentlemen, again, this is your final call for D-Gas. David Gas, final call. David Gas to the lanes. Awesome, jumping right into Sportsman. These runs here for Sportsman will determine who advances to the semifinals. For Sportsman, left lane Sam Landsberg, right lane Brad Thompson. There in the 70 Maverick, running in 11:98 with a 7. Sam advances to Sportsman semifinals. Here, the Folk.com left lane, Greg Little, Busch Light sponsored right lane, Ryan Pierce, who out of this pair will advance to the semifinals here. That will be left lane, Greg Little in the 75 Mustang, running a 13:09 with a 1. Greg Little advances to the semifinals. Here we go, laddered by here for Sportsman in the right lane. Our laddered by is Brent Johnston out of Fraser Park, California. We will see you, gentlemen, in the semifinals for Sportsman. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we please have C-Gas, Charlie Gas? That is Charlie Gas to the lanes, please. Charlie Gas to the lanes. Here we go. Hot Rod is now on the ladder. First pair up for Hot Rod. Left lane, Michael Agnew in the 69 Chevelle. Right lane in the 66 Ranchero is George Tyree. Warren. In the 55 Chevy, running a 10:36 with a 6. Larry Warren. Going rounds today here in the left lane. Right lane, Danny Valdez out of Bakersfield, California. Running an 8:69 with a 1, that is Don Momai, advancing to the semifinals in Hot Rod. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. This is another call here for Nostalgia Eliminator 3. NE3, we need you to the lanes, please. NE3, we need you to the lanes. Advancing on. Chris O'Donnell. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the semi-finalists for Hot Rod. Going right into open wheel. These are the open wheel semifinals here for the ANRA finals. First pair up for open wheel semifinals is left lane Bob O'Neill, right lane Mike McLaughlin. To the open wheel finals is Mike McLaughlin, running a 10:37 with the 1. Laddered by here for open wheel, Roger Stevens here in the left lane, Green Valley, Arizona. We will see Mike McLaughlin and Roger Stevens here for the open wheel finals. Can we get Seagas, Charlie Gas, Seagas, Charlie Gas to the lanes, please, as well as our junior comp. Charlie Gas and junior comp, we need you to the lanes. That will be Nicholas Van Horn running an 11:79 with a 5. 1160 flat, Krista Soydam. We have our laddered by for E-Gas. Edward Gas just broke the beam. He's going to go ahead and back out. And we will move on to David Gas. D-Gas, David Gas. David Gas pair going down the track here is left lane Billy Rogers, right lane Daniel Brown. Win light here, Daniel Brown from Visalia, California gets the win light, running a 1062 flat. Vote.com left lane, James Burt in the 55 Bel Air. In the Bushlight right lane, the 65 Nova, Anthony Byers. Right lane, Anthony Byers advancing on to another round in David Gas, running a 1057 with an 8. That is Anthony Byers. Steve Barno, right lane, Richard Strickenfaden. The win light goes to Steve Barno, left lane, 1062 with a 2. Here we go. This is our last pair down the track for David Gas for this round of David Gas in our ANRA finals. TheFote.com left Lakewood, California. Bushlight right lane, Tim Mulville out of Porterville, California. And the David Gas driver advancing is Tim Mulville in the 68 Camaro, running a 10.64 with a 1. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need boy gas and apple gas. To the lanes, please. B, boy gas. A, apple gas. To the lanes. Nostalgia. Eliminator 2. NE2 to the lanes, please. NE2 to the lanes. Going into Charlie Gas. We have two pairs here. We are in the semifinals of Charlie Gas. Let's see who will advance to the Charlie Gas finals this weekend. In case you didn't hear that call, NE2 to the lanes. Left lane, Billy Teague. Right lane, Wayne Rich. Looking good going down the lanes here for the semifinals of Charlie Gas. The win light goes to Billy Teague there in the 67 Nova left lane, running in 9.62 with Nate. Billy Teague, left lane. Next pair, also the last pair for Charlie Gas. Brian Smith in the 69 Cougar there in the left lane. Bo Dyson in the 67 Chevelle in the right lane. Another gorgeous pair heading down the track. Win light gets turned on there for the left lane. Brian Smith in the 69 Cougar, running a 9.64 with a 5. Brian Smith. are about to run Nostalgia Eliminator 3. We need 7396 Steiner. This is your final call. We are getting ready to run NE3. 7396 Steiner, we need you to the lanes. Here we go, NE3. Ladies and gentlemen, and our finals here. We are in the semis for the Nostalgia Eliminator 3 class. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 semifinals here. VVote.com left lane, Emerson Rose Pyers. In her roadster, Bush Light right lane, Douglas Holmes, who will advance to the finals. Advancing to the finals of NE3, running a 9:59 flat. Attention to the pits, guys. We need Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes. NE1 to the lanes. All right, Stan Steiner here in the left lane, pulling in. Gonna pull this last pair for any three into the water box to see which one of these gentlemen advances to the finals. I apologize. Or Ashley Ballstein in our right lane. We have Miss Ashley Ballstein from San Diego, California here, racing in the semifinals here for any three semifinals here in the left lane, Stan Steiner. Here we go, while we're getting ready to set them down for the semifinals. And they're off. Left lane win, Stan Steiner. Unfortunately, have a red light there in that right lane. Stan clocking in at a 9:57 with a 4. Those are your finalists. After this license pass here, we're going to jump with both feet right on into Nostalgia Eliminator 2. You will be next. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you are still remaining, we need Nostalgia Eliminator 1 and juniors, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes and juniors to the grove. right lane, Matt Peternell. Evoke.com left lane, Adam Westbrook. The person advancing to the semifinals is an 8.56 with a 37 bantam left lane, Adam Westbrook. Single left lane to finish NE2's category, advancing to the semifinals, is a laddered by Lindsay Lister. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Gonna call out a couple classes here. We need Sportsman, Hot Rod, Open Wheel, and E-Gas, Edward Gas, to the lanes. Again, that is Sportsman, Hot Rod, Open Wheel, and Edward Gas. We need you all to the lanes. And for junior comp, we're starting with our ladder 5 here in the left lane, Coda Patton. Ladder 5 here in the left lane. Gonna run a 6.86 with an 8. That is Coda Patton. Ladder 5, advancing to junior comp finals. So this pair is going to finish off junior comp for this semifinals round to see who will be advancing to the ANRA finals for junior comp. Left lane, Garrett Agnew from Oak Hills, California. Right lane, Emerson Rose Hires. Advancing to the finals is Emerson Rose Pyers there in the right lane, running a 6.91 with a 3. There you have it. Coda Patton and Emerson Rose Pyers are your pair advancing to the junior comp finals. We're going to do some track prep, and after the track prep, we will be sending more pairs down. Sportsman, hot rod, open wheel, and Edward gas to the link. Sportsman, hot rod, open wheel, and E-gas, Edward gas to the link. All right, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, if that, might go a little bit quicker. And after that, I believe we heard we're going to be sending B gas, boy gas first. Attention in the pits. We need D gas, David gas, Nostalgia, Eliminator 3, and C gas, Charlie gas to the lanes. That is 3 classes. David gas, NE3, and Charlie gas to the lanes. Here we go. Keeping it rolling. Going into B gas, boy gas. This will be our semifinals. Let's see who out of these 2 pairs will be advancing to the B gas finals here for ANRA. Randy Armstrong out of Paso Robles, California. Right lane, Tim Gorman out of Bakersfield, California. Have both Chevys here. 57 in the left lane, 55 in the right lane. First pair down for semifinals in boy gas. Getting ready to stage here. And they're off. Wind light sounded on the right side for Tim Gorman. In the 55 Chevy, running in 8.64 with a 4, advancing to boy gas finals. we go, getting ready to stage here in the second pair. Who out of this pair will complete that last name needed to advance to the finals? Left lane, Greg Griffith. Right lane, George Zula. Green light on the left side in the 65 Chevelle out of Weimar, California. That is Greg Griffith. Advancing to the AMRA finals for boy gas. We go. This will be the second class we complete today. This is the A-Gas, Apple Gas Finals right now. VVote.com. Left lane is Terry Noonan out of Camarillo, California in the 53 Studebaker. Bush Light, sponsored right lane is Tom Fowler out of Paso Robles, California in the 70 Camaro. Who will be the champion of Apple Gas here today? AMRA Finals Apple Gas champion is Terry Newton in the 53 Studebaker. We are in the semifinals for NE1. First pair down the track is Eiley Stafford out of Aliso Viejo, California. Eiley Stafford there in the left lane. Semifinals, Dave Isley out of Ontario, California here in the right lane. Out of Ontario, California, running a 7.61 with a 5. Right lane, Dave Isley. Vince Generaleo Jr. out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Ladder 5 will make it to where Vince advances to the NE1 finals. All right, we are pulling out our Group 1 Junior Finals here. For Group 1. For Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3, these are all going to be finals for the juniors. Attention to the pits. I need Nostalgia. Eliminator 2 to the lanes. NE2, I need you to the lanes. Alright, I also need Junior Comp to the lanes, please. Junior Comp and NE2, I need you both to the lanes. Left lane here for our Junior Group 1 AMRA finalists. Left lane here is Cash Handshoe. Right lane, Addison Howe. In case you missed that call, we need Junior Comp and NE2 to the lanes. Junior Comp, Nostalgia, Eliminator 2. And they're off. Win light goes to Cash Handshoe there in the left lane. Unfortunate, got a red light in the right lane there, but Cash Handshoe is your champion for Juniors Group 1, running an 11.93 with a 1. Left lane, Dylan Nelson. Right lane, Cole Gutierrez. Who will be your Group 3 champion? That is Dylan Nelson there in the left lane, running a 7:96 with a 4. Junior Group 3 champion. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need B-Gas, Boy Gas, B-Gas, Boy Gas, and Nostalgia, Eliminator 1. Boy Gas, NE1, to the lanes. We have a test pass here in our right lane for Junior. And then we will be going into Sportsman. So Sportsman, get prepared here. You are next. All right, going right on into our Sportsman cars. Sportsman semifinals. We're going to start with our pair first. Bushlight right lane, Sam Landsberg out of Simi Valley. Thefolk.com, left lane, Brent Johnston. And the person advancing to the finals is left lane, Brent Johnston in the 62 Nova, running a 12:08 with the run. To close out the Sportsman semifinals, this is a laddered by left lane, Greg Little. All right, we are into our hot rod. Hot rod, first pair up for the semifinals here. Get ready to stage here, left lane. In the 38 Chevy sedan is Don Momai. In the 65 Corvette out of Laguna Beach, California is Chris O'Donnell. Advancing to the Hot Rod Intra Finals is left lane, coming in at an 864 flat. Left lane, Don Momai. Thefolk.com, left lane, Michael Agnew. 69 Chevelle. Right lane, Larry Warren out of Tehachapi, California. Your racer advancing to the finals is Larry Warren there in the right lane, clocking in at a 10:38 with a 9. Open wheel finals here. Left lane, Roger Stevens. Right lane, Mike McLaughlin. And your champion for open wheel here is Mike McLaughlin. Clocking in at a 10:21 with a 5 at 123 miles per hour. horn. 11:52 with the 6. Single left lane here for Edward Gass. Krista Soydam, getting the ladder by run in her 77 Camaro, is advancing to Edward Gass finals. Attention in the pits. We need all winners to the lanes, please. All winners to the lanes. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, here are your finalists. Your ANRA finalists here for Nostalgia, Eliminator 3. Default.com left lane, Emerson Rose Pyers out of Madero Ranchos, California, her Roadster. Right lane, 23 Ford. Bushlight right lane, Stan Steiner. Your Nostalgia, Eliminator 3 ANRA champion is going to be left lane, 961 with an 8. That is Emerson Rose Pyers. Bushlight right lane, Brian Smith, 69 Cougar. Right lane, 69 Cougar takes it. Brian Smith is your Charlie Gas and our final champion. Running a 965 with an 8. Advancing on is right lane, running a 10:57 with a 7, Tim Mulville. Next pair here for David Gass, left lane, Steve Barta in the 62 Chevy, 63 Nova there on the left lane, Bill Morton. Advancing on will be left lane, running a 10:60 with a 7, Steve Barta. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need all winners back to the lanes immediately, please. All winners back to the lanes. Daniel Brown advancing on at semifinals. This run right here, ladies and gentlemen, is going to determine your champion for our AMRA finals in Boy Gas. Will your champion for B-Gas here at our AMRA finals be left lane Tim Gorman or right lane Greg Griffin? For this pair in B-Gas, Boy Gas, your winner is running an 860 flat, Tim Gorman, left lane. We're clearing up something going on at the top end of the track here. Everyone just please be patient and stay back to let our officials do what they need to do. We will begin here shortly. Give us another couple minutes while we clear out and take care of what's going on at the top end of the track here. In the meantime, all winners to the lanes, please. All winners, back to the lanes. attention. We have about 5 to 7 minutes. If you guys want to start suiting back up and getting in your cars, we will be getting this show on the road here shortly. Give us about 5 to 7 minutes. have all the winners to the lanes, please? All the winners to the lanes. We will be starting here in about 1 to 2 minutes. Get suited up, get ready to go on down to the track. All winners to the lanes, please. All winners to the lanes. All right. You can all get back in your cars. We're going to start right now. Attention to everyone. We are getting ready to start back up. Go ahead and hop back in your cars. Be all suited up. Here we go, Nostalgia Eliminator 2. First pair, left lane, Lindsay Lister. We are in the semifinals here. Right lane, Adam Westbrook. Lindsay Lister in her 72 Shoemaker running an 861 with a 6. She advances to the finals. This is our laddered by. Right lane, Joseph Scaduto, 01 Sterling out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. It will be Joseph Scaduto and Lindsay Lister in the finals for NE2. And in 1923 Ford T-Bucket. Busch Light sponsored right lane Dave Isley out of Ontario, California. Ladies and gentlemen, this race here determines our AMRA final champion for Nostalgia Eliminator 1. And they're off. This one looking really good. Race to the championship. Winner. Right lane, Dave Isley out of Ontario, California, running a 7:62 flat. Attention in the pits. We need all Nostalgia Eliminator 2 finals to the lanes, please. NE2 finals to the lanes. ANRA Finals Sportsman. Who out of this pair will be your champion? TheFoat.com left lane, Greg Little out of Bakersfield, California, in the 75 Mustang. Busch Light sponsored right lane, Brent Johnston out of Frazier Park in the 62 Nova. Making their way down the track, your champion for Sportsman is left lane, Greg Little, clocking in at a 13:09 with a 9. If you are a finalist and you are not in the lanes, we need you to the lanes. That goes for D-Gas, David Gas, and Nostalgia, Eliminator 2, to the lanes. Hot Rod final right now, the Thug.com left lane and Don Momai. Out of Stockton, California, the 38 Chevy sedan, right lane, Larry Warren in the 55 Chevy. Larry Warren, right lane, gets it. He is your champion for Hot Rod, running a 10:38 with a 5. D-Gas, David Gas, finalist, I need you to the lanes. Number 7985, Mulville, we need you to the lanes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need all those winners back for your winner circle pictures in the lanes with Butch. We need your winner circle pictures done in the lanes for your winner circle. Nostalgia, Eliminator 2, finalists, we need you guys in the lanes now. Also, David Gass, we need you to the lanes immediately. Both classes. And E2, David Gass, to the lanes now. You are late. Also, all winners, we need you to the lanes as well. If you have won, come to the lanes for your winner circle pictures. Seven 2T, Scaduto. For Nostalgia, Eliminator 2, you need to be in the lanes for your final. 2T, Scaduto, we need you to the lanes for your Nostalgia, Eliminator 2 final. of Bakersfield, California in the 62 Chevy. Left lane, Busch Light sponsored. Right lane, Busch Light sponsored. Tim Mulville out of Porterville, California in the 68 Camaro. And they're off for this David Gas finalist. The winner will be coming in at 1060 with a 1 in the 62 Chevy. Left lane, Steve Barra taking the win. Steve Barta taking the win in the left lane on his granddaughter's birthday. Whole family was out there racing today. Just doing a quick announcement here. If you're a junior family, if you are missing a starter, we have one here on the starting line. We're just told that it is purple. If you are missing a starter for one of your juniors, it is on the starting line. Here we go, officially the final of the day. Nostalgia, Eliminator 2. And our finals coming at you. Who will be our champion as we welcome them into the water box here? getting ready to stage here. Final pair of the day. Great job to all those winners out there. Let's see who's going to join us in another winner circle here for Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Left lane, Lindsay Lister. Right lane, Joseph Scaduto. Win light is going to turn on for right lane here, Joseph Scaduto out of Lake Havasu City. Congratulations, Nostalgia Eliminator 2 champion. Running an 8:58 with a 2. Thank you very much for all of our staff here at Famoso Drag Strip. Thank you to all of the racers. Thank you so much to Butch and Cindy for putting on this race for us this weekend and every weekend of the ANRA series. This will complete our ANRA finals of 2025.